we go. Now we get to yap for a little bit while before we actually start streaming. Okie dokie. Thank you for being honest. Also, hello, Dream Tripper. Do you have any video recommendations for someone trying to learn how to 2D live cutting and rigging? There's a few different ones. I know that someone recently had a, like a file that you could, study from. It had, like, all of the file names, done up and everything, so you could study the thing, how to do it. So we're doing, the model a little different today over on Twitch End. So Twitch End, when we start up Monster Hunter, we're using the live, or not the live 2D model, we're using a PNG model so we don't blow up the computer. Yeah. I might actually have the file. I can send it over to you. I'll have to check my files, though. Because I want to learn how to, live 2D, at least be able to cut. I can eventually pay to, rig, but the art's what is a little bit harder for me. So, we'll see. But yeah, no, as for rigging, it depends on where you want to be. Can it be learned in 21 days? Possibly. The rigging part might be a little bit harder. I know that at least Live 2D Cubism, which is what you normally want to use for your rigging, gives, I think it's like 2 or 3 months. At least the last time I used it. 2 or 3 months to learn how to rig it. But I could be wrong. Hi, Skull! Welcome, hun. As for the artwork, if you're a pretty competent artist, I think it wouldn't be too hard to learn how to do the model cutting and everything. It just depends on how detailed you want your model to be. Like, how much movement you want. I generally like more, models kind of like this, where it's not as, there's not as much swooshy. Like, the hair has a lot of, movement. But it's pretty simple. To be fair, I run a half-body model for this specific model. But, like, the hands here, like the arms and stuff, can be moved around. Like, when I do my dragon toggle for roll your die, you know, the arms move up. And that's because they are their own asset. Same thing with the Tenno model, if I have the controller out. Actually, that's why it doesn't have controlling tracking on the Tenno model. Because, or the Tenno toggle. because the hand tracking isn't built into the model. It would be nice if SameAme did it, but I understand why she doesn't. Boop. There we go. But yeah, I think if you're good at learning things quickly, I do think you could learn it. I'll DM you later some links to some videos that I've watched. Because I want to learn it too, and it also depends on if you are learning for IRIAM. Because I know you want to stream on IRIAM. If you want to learn from IRIAM, or if you want to do it for normal VTubing. Because IRIAM has a different rigging style than friggin' VTube Studio. There we go. I couldn't think of the name of the program. Yeah. There's a lot of good videos out there, though. If you want IRIAM videos, there is one that explains it. I haven't looked at it properly, but there is one that does do it. So we're going to open up Monster Hunter. I don't know how loud this is going to be. Okay, I'm on 30. So we're going to start at 20 and then go up if it doesn't sound good. Okay, we have the PNG model open. So let me pop over to studio mode and go into gaming screen. And then game, not FF14, we're playing not Warframe. Monster Hunter. There we go. Oh, it's already lagging. Oh no. Alright. I'm gonna disappear for a second. Okay. I'm gonna transition over. There we go. We are now in existence. I'm gonna make this smaller. There we go. Alright, let me swap over to controller. You guys can have the opening scene for Wild's play. Alrighty. Funny Monster Hunter game. I have played it a little bit. I'm going on online here. There's a tiny bit of static. That could be because of the fan. I did adjust the sound a bit so the live 2D could hear me a little bit better. Or not live 2D. The program I use. Hello, Nico! Welcome, welcome on.
We'll find her, I promise. Come and speak to me once you're ready. I'm going with you.
Come in. Take all. Alrighty. Hello, Seedly! Welcome, welcome, hun! I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're playing some Monster Hunter Wilds and just kind of vibing. Yeah, welcome, welcome! So, our next thing, we're technically supposed to be going off somewhere, but I think we should do some bounties first. So we're gonna go ahead and talk to Alma, and then maybe get through the quest that we're currently at. Maybe set up our new... Oh, we can go to the quest board core. Cool beans. Alright. Veiled by the Tide. I think I'm gonna go after the spider again. Because I want the equipment that the, It's either the spider or the chicken. I think I'm gonna go for the, spider, though. That's actually a better area, yeah. Turn on the voucher. Oh, thank you for the glow stick! Accept and prep. So we're gonna eat first. Do we have a place we can eat? No, we do not. We'll just eat the well-done steak then. Alrighty, off we go! Have a good night, Nico! Stay safe, a dreamer. I was tempted by the background event that's happening for IRIAM, but I don't think I'm gonna do it. Alright, let's go off. So... the monkeys... Oh, wait. It's off this way, it looks like. Yep. Hello, Patient Porcupine! Welcome, welcome, hun. Is it off this way? Yep, it's off this way. Oh. Think. If we see honey, we are grabbing honey and herbs. So we're about to be fighting a giant ballerina spider. I should say, this quest is a little bit of arachnophobia coded. Spider. Very big spider. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Oh well, I guess we're going in. Bonk. Oh! Bonked! Heck yeah, let's go! Hammer! Bonk. Why honey? So honey is what you take to make into max potions. And Wilds is very much more of a kind of survival-y kind of feel. to it. Stay out of the poison. Quit spraying poison around. But yeah, honey helps make max potions. Which is very useful when you're a solo hunter. And also someone that needs to be in their face. Like me. Because I am a hammer main. So I just kind of chase the monster around the thing and try to bonk him. Unlike this one that likes to pirouette around me like a psychopath. Ouchie, ouchie. Also, I should preference that the spider also paralyzes you if she stings you. She has a chance. I'm trying to stagger her the best I can. Oh, that was a fail. Luckily, she is aggroed to my Palico, so... Ouchie. I say she. She's not a she. I don't think. It looks very feminine. I'm keeping an eye on my hammer durability too. Bonk. Bonk. I am sad that the bird doesn't come and help. Unlike with Monster Hunter Rise, where your dog came and helped you. It's sad that we don't get like some combat chocobo action. Giant enemy spider. Oh, off she goes. Time to go chase her. Ooh, she's staggered. I actually think she's close to death because of that. Which if I already have her almost dead, that's funny. Ow. Okay, we're getting close to low durability, so... I am kind of sad that the hammer doesn't do the spinny with its charged attack. Oh, off she goes again. But yeah, no, I really like Wild so far. Oh, she's sleeping. Bunk. Okay, so let's go ahead while she's running around like that. Whoop. Well, I mean, we got a little bit of durability on. She's aggroed to me. Come on, Riss. Get her aggro, please. Okay. Now to fix up our weapon. Because you can break your weapon in battle if you are not good at keeping track of that. Bonk. And there she goes! Why did it zoom me into her like that? Now to collect her stuff. Yippee! Grab some bones while we're here. Oh! Add in a couple minutes, guys, over on Twitch End. Collect the bones that are here while we're at it. It is interesting how her webs are bright red. Oh! Ah, quest complete. And we're gonna go take all of it. We completed that in 9 minutes. Bruh. Amazing. Also, to anybody that's new here, or have been here before, this is my PNG tuber model that I normally use for IRIAM End. We're running PNG tuber model because the computer cannot handle playing both Monster Hunter Wilds and using VTube Studio at the same time. Which is fine, it's just really funny. Because I think it's because they have the whole open world open. Even when you go into your quest. So it doesn't like have all of the regions as loadable maps like World does. Which eventually I'll want to play World here because that is my favorite Monster Hunter game. Is it perfect? No.
Shall we begin the search?
But it's really good. I wonder if we can do any event quests. I don't think we can. We cannot. Darn. Oh, we got another one? What is the rewards? I am tempted to do fire starter. Do we want to fight the giant chicken? We can go fight the giant chicken. I think base camp is the best for this. Yeah. Base camp is best for this. Oh, I'm gonna stretch a little bit. 1 minute for you guys for ad.
Quest now. Are you prepared?
Alrighty, off we go. Big ol' fire-breathing chicken. I also like its armor that it gives. The armor is really nice. I think I have a piece of its armor on right now. The more feminine armor. I'm pretty sure that's what the skirt is. Could be wrong though. That was bad damage. I think its weak points, it seems to be the tail and the face. Ooh! Hot, hot, hot. Hot, hot, hot. There we go. We're gonna use our regular potions. Yeah, its tail's also a weak point. But I need its legs to stagger it. Ooh. It's really cool. I like how they made it almost like it lights stuff on fire via... That was a bad hit. Oh wow, the ground actually gets scorched. That's a nice touch with the tail. Oh, is it leaving? It is leaving. I'm kind of glad we don't have to press and hold for the mount anymore. And there we go. Bonk. I remember Rise making it really hard to mount monsters for some reason. Because they wanted to make you use the wire bugs. Bonk. Hello, Mills! Welcome, welcome, hun! I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're currently playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. Gameplay's over on Twitch end. And we're just kind of vibing today. We're taking a chill day. I'm currently fighting a fire-breathing chicken. We are winning, luckily. Ooh, that was a nasty hit. Okay. Oh, thank you for the health. Hello, Ember Stonehenge. Welcome, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're just kind of chilling, playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. Gameplay's over on Twitch end if you want to join us. Or if you want to stay here and just chill, that's also fine. Oh, thank you for the flowers! Yeah, we're currently fighting a giant fire-breathing chicken. It almost looks like it does blast. Oh! Get paralyzed, idiot! Hi, Zari! Welcome, Zari. We're just fighting a giant fire-breathing chicken. Bonk. Bonk. Yep, typical Sunday. Bonk. Oh, she's wounded. Oh, it's going to a different area. No rest! Ooh, I actually need to... Hang on. Better not saunter over here. Woo. It didn't saunter over here and peck me, but it did light me on fire. Come here. Come here. Get over here. Get over here. We got a nice shock trap for ya. I mean, we did. It's even funnier because I'm a hammer user. I'm a hammer main. So I do... I do beat the heck out of it. It gets the bucketing! I love Monster Hunter. It is one of my favorite game series. I've been playing Monster Hunter. The first ever Monster Hunter game I ever played was the one on the Wii. So I think it was Freedom? Was that Freedom? It might have been called something else. It was either Freedom or Try. It might have been Monster Hunter Try. I'd have to look it up. But it was the one on the Wii. And I don't remember what the monster was. Try was on the Wii? Okay, yeah, so yeah, it was Try. And I had nobody to play with. That's why I'm a solo hunter mostly, because I've never had anyone really to play with. Outside of my dad. Yeah, it was the blue monster. And then I played, Monster Hunter 4 before I played Monster Hunter 3. To this day, one of my favorite monsters is, Gormagala. I didn't like Rise as much. I didn't mind it, but I didn't like it as much as I liked World. Because Monster Hunter World is my favorite Monster Hunter game. Yeah, stop playing. Yeah, Rise. So I got up to close to the DLC. I was almost at the DLC when I stopped playing.
Find her, I promise.
And just, I didn't like it.
I'm going with you.
I want to play, World. I want to play through all the Monster Hunter games eventually on the channel. Just because I do really like the franchise, and I would like to show people the Hades we went through in the older games. Oh, heck! Did I? Wait, hold up. Hang on. Boop. Boop. Let me check. Oh! Oh my gosh! Hello, Akito! Welcome, welcome, hon. Holy heck! I did. Where did all these people come from? Yesterday I was sitting at like, I think it was like 670 something when I checked yesterday. Okay, hi everybody that's over on IRIAM. Oh my gosh. 606 months. Heck yeah. I beat my goal I changed, because it was originally 500. I changed it to 500, and then, by October, which is when I started streaming on IRIAM. And then I got to 600, which was the upped goal. Deserved. Thank you, Zari. You're so sweet. Yeah, no, so I have put in the server everybody's, all the Bondies, stream date. So I can try to make it at least a little bit for y'all's streams. Because I want to make it to everybody's streams. Because everybody's been... All the new Bondies coming out are so sweet. Every single one of y'all. Yeah, no, there's 11. There's a bunch of Gen Men and then a bunch of the regular Bondies. Yeah, no, now I have more. I'm like, oh gosh. There's so many of you. I think most of my fan art list, most of my fan art list is Bondies. It's all Bondies. Thank you for the glow stick, Sagito. But yeah, no, we need to do a 600 follower thing. I don't know what the heck I want to do for that. We could do like a karaoke or something. I've been meaning to do a karaoke and keep on... My throat keeps on being in hell. So... I need to do a karaoke night eventually. I've been trying to do one since I started. Because when I was doing my debut, I was going to have like this big ol' event thing. Almost like a subathon. and it didn't happen. Sadly. Hello, Mizuki. Welcome, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're playing some Monster Hunter Wilds and just kind of vibing today. We're hunting random monsters and stuff. We might do some more story. And we should probably do more story. But yeah, we're just vibing. But yeah, no, I love this game. It is fun. I do want to go over to camp. Let's get over to main camp. Which I think is over this way.
Never seen these monster materials before.
Yeah, it's over this way. There's a sale going on in the provisions. Oh, the support desk has stuff. I have some news for you. DLC? Oh, it shows the DLC stuff. Bounties. Oh, we got limited bounties? Catch 3 aquatic life, catch a platinum fish. Gastrum tuna and fishing bounties. Capture 1 shine endemic light, capture 1 endemic light with 6 or fewer legs. Interesting. Alright, so we're going to do our best to get some equipment done real quick.
Hey.
Oh, we got talismans now.
Yep. What are we making today?
Please. I want paralysis charm, please. Speed heal charm? Recovery speed doubles the speed at which you heal recoverable damage. That would actually be very useful. I might grab that one. Don't need that. Blessing charm. While active, reduces damage. I think I might... I'm debating between either the blessing charm or the recovery charm. Or not recovery. Actually, what does the recovery do? Okay. Or the heal. I think I might do blessing.
Ready to get to work?
And then... we can't upgrade it yet, so... Forge weapon? Hammer.
Anything catch your eye?
Don't have anything to upgrade the hammer yet.
I'm ready to work.
That just means we can go over to
What are we
probably
making
the
today?
bow. Nope. Nothing for the bow.
Got
But the
something in
charge
mind?
blade. Oh. Ooh. Okay, so um the weapon for the charge blade looks really cool.
What are we making today?
I'm debating, do we grab a weapon or we do the armor?
Anything catch your eye?
Because it would be nice to have an actual set of armor. This is the cockatrice one. I think I really liked the armor for her. Yeah, you have a good night, Zari! Stay safe, hun. I can't wait for your debut. You only got a couple days left. I'll try to have some fan art made for you eventually. Oh, you're next month? Hee hee hee. That's completely fine. Yeah, I'll try to have some fan art for you. I want to make fan art for the Bondies. A few of the Bondies.
Ready to get to work?
Ooh.
Alrighty. Perfection.
Heck yeah. I really like the bardic look for the male. I think I'm messing with that. I'm gonna grab
Ready
this.
to work. Alrighty. Perfection.
Yeah, have a good night.
I'm ready to work. Alrighty. Perfection.
Don't have enough for this. We'll have to fight another La Labrera.
I'm ready to work.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab the...
Alrighty. Perfection.
Now we got armored fighter. Which
Now
looks
that's
kinda
a good
sick.
choice.
Gothic spider armor, we gotta love it. Well, I guess we're gonna go back over to Alma and get her stuff. Actually,
We got a sale on. Need anything?
first we're going to get our stuff. Get some provisions. Like to manage our supplies.
Take your
Item
time and
pouch. Let's get some potions.
I see you.
Lord knows we have enough money for it. Grab some barrel bombs. Life powder. We haven't ran into anything for that, but we'll grab it. Wild jerky. Exchange for
Well,
limited
not bad,
items.
Take your
Is that
time and
all we
browse.
get for the blossom stuff?
Put all that to good use, yeah?
Interesting. Here's hope. But yeah, no, like the vibes of this game. I do hope they fix some of the, like, optimization.
Shall we begin the search?
Because I do think it's a little unoptimized, but it's fine. For now, anyways. We're gonna go ahead and fight another, another spider. Spider. Another spooter to fight. Spooter time. Hi, Jay! We be fighting spooters.
Let's have another hunt with no surprises today.
Yeah, spooter. Big giant blossom spider. IMO, she looks really cool. I had a dream about spiders last night. Oh no. Ironic. Yeah, no, very ironic. The whole thing with her is that her webs are bright red, which I assume is because she eats living creatures. And not bugs. They're hunting me? We're hunting the spider. Oh, I whiffed that. I mean, they can. She can. So, how they have her set up is that she paralyzes her prey with, like, these spores that she can make. And then she eats them. Also, hello, Sylvia, Alif. Welcome, welcome, hun. It's really cool. I really like it. Did I ever equip that talisman? I don't think I did. Oh no. Is she thick though? I mean, she's got a big thorax, if that helps. And it turns into a big ol' flower. Better not be another monster. I mean, she's a very pretty monster. Like, she kind of moves like a ballerina around the battlefield. She like does like jump twirls and stuff. It doesn't help that I'm bashing her face in with a giant hammer, but you know. It's like super elegant. It's really pretty. How they did the monster design is just amazing. She also has, like, you know how spiders have those, like, little mandible things that grab onto things? Or can be used to grab onto things? They made that actual claws. Especially since she kind of looks a little bit wolf-coated from D&D. To be fair, I'm using her armor to fight her. because it helps you with paralysis. Oh, I missed that last hit. Yeah, no, I'm using a PNG model for Twitch End because this game takes a little too much RAM to run, VTube Studio. I need to get back into Once Human eventually. I played it for a little bit. But yeah, no, this is my actual design for, this is my actual design for, my VTuber model. Which, we do have official that we do own IP. I made sure to check in with, IRIAM. One of the better... Is it a battle royale? I thought it was more like a survival game. I mean, I guess you could fight people on it. Yeah, it's like both. Bonk. Give me your face. Get bonked. Yeah. Which I really liked. I like, Fallout 76. So that's another one I want to get back into. I played it. I have it on PlayStation though. So if I ever wanted to play it on stream, I would have to either A, get a capture card, or B, get it on Steam again. Best bet would be Steam. Yeah. More than likely. They do. I do eventually want to get a capture card because there are a few PlayStation-only games that I want to play. A few retro games at that. And I don't feel like emulating. Looking at Bloodborne, which we might get a Bloodborne PC port. We will see. It would be nice if we got a Bloodborne PC port. Do I think it'll ever happen? Probably not. We probably have as much chance to get the Bloodborne PC port as we do Bloodborne 2. Ow. Ow. ×2. I think that was the first time she's ever poisoned me. No! Get back here. Oh, I do need to... Boltstone. I stream over on IRIAM. So IRIAM is a vertical streaming app for Android and Apple. And you can... It's pretty much kind of like a just chatting stream. Essentially. It's a little bit lesser latency. Like, it's pretty much instant, isn't it, for you guys? I don't think it's like pretty much having a conversation, like a normal conversation. Yeah, it's an app. Some people use PNG tuber models. Like, I normally use a PNG tuber model. I switch between different ones. Yeah, have a good night, Sylvie. Stay safe, hun. We're gonna be here for a little while, so if you end up joining us later, feel free to just pop back in the stream. But yeah, it's an app. I stream almost every day on IRIAM. This upcoming week, I'm gonna be streaming 5 days instead of my normal 6. Because, one of the Bondies is debuting. Yeah, it's my main streaming platform. So it's a good way to get into VTubing and learning like what you want to do as a VTuber. And eventually you just earn your IP. It's great. I really like it, personally. Like the model you see here was actually designed by IRIAM. I pretty much put in like what I wanted,
I'm going with you.
the references and everything, and my model parent cooked. I do. So unironically, you have stepped into we have like so there's a few different like little joke bits in IRIAM where some people are wives. There's like whole IRIAM families. It's really funny. And we have a regular that comes around, Uncle Imp, that has how many wives now at this point? Isn't it like 70-something wives? I haven't checked on Imp in a hot minute. Yeah, 74 wives. He collects this, like, Pokemon cards. I'm doing pretty good, Derek. How are you today, hun? But yeah, no, it's just one of those, like, weird little bits that folks do a lot. I will say IRIAM is only open for Canada and the US. So it's not international yet. We just actually got the Canadians back in February, too. So it's been a minute. But yeah, it's like almost zero latency. It's great. Some people use it as like more of like a one-on-one with their Oshis. On the other end, some people use it as a good jumping point. I used it as like a jumping point because I wanted to try something different. Oh, we didn't get the stinger! Oh, we're gonna have to go and get the stinger. For the armor.
You know where to find me.
No, we gotta go fight her again. Yeah, no, I've been told by a lot of people they watch me for my voice. So, that makes sense.
Lucky's run off again.
Alright, so... Do we want to fight Spider again? Yeah, why not? Let's go fight Spider again. Oh, we do need to make food. Get off. There we go. Do we have provisions officer? Or not provisions officer. An eat place here. Or is that a different area? Because that's our tent. Oh, grill a meal. Yeah, it doesn't work on browsers. Okay. We'll do that and reduce the stamina depletion. Sometimes decreases. We'll do that. Monster Hunter food. We grilled some steak and then put melted cheese over it. No, I'm just kind of vibing. Oops. Right now we're just kind of grinding out the spider. Because I want her armor. For no particular reason either. But yeah, no, grilled steak with cheese on top sounds wonderful. Yep, bonk for fashion. We just need the alpha, like, belt. Because I want the more bardic belt. The fam's calling at the wrong times. You're okay to go and check on people.
Shall we begin the search?
If we get any rowdy folks, I can just, nuke them.
Right. Let's be on our way.
Let's go ahead and
idea
just
where
do
she
the
might have
quest.
We're looking for a monster den where auric oil can be gathered.
Yeah, we're in the oil area.
I asked Jabron for some directions and gave the scent to our scout flies. Said the exit near the bone folk is our best bet.
Ah. That's always annoying. When they don't remember that they've, told you something.
Just follow the scout flies. They know where to go. Jabron warned me that oil accumulates in this area very
Looks like it's
easily.
down here.
It'll be like walking through tar. Best to avoid it.
Understood. Let's be careful.
That looks like a good place for a pop-up camp.
New pop-up camp area. Let's go,
The scent of oil is even stronger here. Does that mean we're getting close?
Ooh. Ew. I don't want to be in it. This looks like it's hot. Like, unbelievably hot.
This must be what they were gathering.
This looks like agony. You are in a tar pit.
Wait, isn't this... It's still in pretty good shape. It looks like it was just left
This
here.
looks like hot oil.
Like someone abandoned
It's like
it
even
when they were in a
bubbling and
hurry.
stuff.
They couldn't have gone
Hello,
far.
Abe.
Let's keep
Welcome,
searching.
welcome, hun. Yeah, it's Mama's Day. Which, by the way, everybody, over on both IRIAM and Twitch, happy Mother's Day if you haven't already let folks know. Jump in the oil. We're like wading through the oil. Oh, oil crow thing? Oil crow thing. Oh, this thing looks
It looks pretty
cool.
It's definitely not happy we're here.
Looks flammable, combustible, or nukeable. Yes, it does.
I hope nothing...
Too bad I didn't bring a fire
We
bonk.
won't find out until we deal with this thing first.
Right.
My calico does, though.
The rock wall below is a root that favors swampy terrain. The gas it stores up in its cells has poison and explosive properties. Stay clear.
Oh, it's poisonous. Ooh. Okay, so it makes the ground explode when it stabs its tail into it. So something tells me I want to hit its tail. Yeah, no, it looks cool! It looks like, I like its colors, because you can definitely tell now that it's in, like, the light that it's poisonous. Because it has, like, poison tree frog colors. Anything that is, like, brightly colored or bright blue in nature it's normally poisonous. Come out looking like SpongeBob when he had to grow a tan. Yeah, no, it's like bright bluish green color with black bands. A piece of rubber. Like, it does look rubbery. But it looks like a nice mixture of bug, bird, and, like, amphibian. Yeah, no. It looks really cool. And it fits the area it's in, because it's kind of in, like, a tar pit. So the black that's on top of it, because it's black on top, right? So it kind of looks like an oil slick. And it probably does really good at camouflaging in the oil. Also, I just gotta state the attention to detail to even the weapon, like, rubbing through the oil. Very, very nice. I'm a sucker for cool creature design. And like Monster Hunter does really good with the creature designs. Does its AoE. If we end up getting knocked out, we might try Greatsword. Hello, Gangle. Welcome, welcome, hun. I'm MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're currently fighting a Rompororo, which is a giant bug dragon bird? Question mark? But yeah, we're playing Monster Hunter. We're just kind of vibing. Okay, so it does have, a, like, prehistoric mosquito. You know, you're not wrong. It does kind of look like a prehistoric mosquito. Ooh, ow. Oh, it looks so bad when it's like depuffed. Heal up. It is slowing down, which is a good sign. Give me those wounds. Maybe that one dark Mickey Mouse. I'm gonna just start calling it Bendy. I normally come up with funny nicknames for all the monsters. This is the new Bendy. Head broken? I hope we get like some kind of like got another wound destroyed. I hope we get a hammer out of this, because I like poison. Oh, we got him paralyzed. We like paralysis and poison in this house. In fact, you can look forward to it. Oh, heck yeah. Poison hammer, here we come. I was semi-expecting a poison hammer from the spider. Do you hear Kitty me? Joops. Once I'm not actively trying not to die, I'll take my sippy. Why did that pop into my head? The one song that goes, "Here, kitty, kitty, you're so pretty, pretty." I don't even remember what song that is. I'm getting blown up. He's on fire though, so that's good.
Keep an eye on your weapon's sharpness.
Okay, life powder. Life powder good. One, two. Bonk. One, two. One, two. One, two. Bonk. One, two. We need to heal our weapon. So, we're gonna do that real quick while we chase after him. Whetstone. There we go. Yes, hydrate. There we go. We have hydrated. Alright, we're gonna wait for him to fall asleep. I'm kinda done with this mission. So we're going to... Where is it? Do we not have it? Oh, there we go. Oh, we do. Okay. Whatever. Ooh. That sounds good, actually. I like strawberry stuff, so... One of my favorite things to get at Starbucks, and this is gonna sound the weirdest thing out of pocket from me, white chocolate chai tea. The white chocolate chai tea lattes taste like straight up pumpkin pie. Like you're drinking pumpkin pie in a cup. They are. They do. They sound like spell incantations. They do. Oh, we broke its back. How in the heck did we break its back? We've been smacking its face this whole time. Frappuccino Americano, I summon thee. Yeah, no, I would love to have a chai tea scented candle. if I ever get like a custom, like proper custom scent, I would probably do either some kind of coffee scent, because I'm sorry, there's not enough candles that just smell like coffee. And I don't want to brew a thing of coffee just so my house smells like it, you know? Ouchie, ouchie. Use the potions. Besides, while I do sometimes drink coffee, I much prefer to smell it. Because I love the smell of coffee more. Or make a chai tea one. There is a a tea company that I have my eyes on for affiliation. And I so much want to make my own tea. There we go. Because, like, on one hand, yeah, sure, I'm affiliated with coffee, but I also know that some people can't have coffee. So I wanna get something with tea, because tea is honestly my favorite. I'm a loose leaf tea girly. Or just tea in general. Gotta have flavored tea. Yeah! So, like, one of the things I've been thinking about, if I do end up getting my own tea, right? Is getting, some kind of Earl Grey. Because Earl Grey is my favorite kind of tea. But I want to do, like, a little bit more of a citrus note, so maybe Earl Grey with lemon.
Good hunt. Now, let's go find Maki.
So it tastes even more like, Fruit Loops. I'm so normal.
Who's there? Look!
Yeah, no, I like plain tea, but I just make it into sweet tea if I'm using black tea.
I twisted something.
Chamomile tea. Yeah, I thought about doing chamomile. Some kind of chamomile. Because that's like a nice herbal tea.
I'm sorry.
Oh, lighten up. I'll be fine. I can't wait to see the boss's face. He'll get it.
Ooh, could do like a lemon chamomile.
Away then. So, what's
I also
your
like
story,
peppermint
friends?
tea
We
a lot.
came here looking for you. The chief told us what happened.
Could do chamomile with some peppermint or spearmint.
He was worried about you.
It'd probably make it more into like a sleepy time tea, which would actually be kind of cute.
We got it. This should be enough. When does the fire spring begin?
Glad you asked.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a cool looking monster.
They start to get really worked up when the fire spring is about to happen. We have to leave before they see us.
I like her outfit.
Are you okay?
But yeah, no, I love
They're starting
love
to come at
chamomile
us.
tea. I actually have some tea by me. It's lavender black tea. And it's made by a local lavender farm where I'm at.
Not a scrap wasted.
They also have a lavender Earl Grey that I want to get eventually.
Reminds
It's,
me of me.
it's all loose leaf.
You watching?
There can be, you can get it in bags though.
Listen up. It's time.
But I really enjoy both.
Is that supposed to happen?
Stoke it more. Right. Ready.
I like the engineering kind of vibe here.
Nothing.
Chief, what is this?
The fire spring. Has it forsaken us?
Uh-oh. Sakura tea? Yeah, no, that would be good. Ooh.
Everyone stop. The festival
Could
is on.
do, some kind of, like, plum blossom tea. Chamomile with plum blossom? I would do peach blossom, but actually, peach blossom would work. Because, Momo means peach.
Sorry
So
about
could
this,
do, like, a
brothers.
chamomile peach tea.
You too, my friend. This has...
That would actually be kind of tasty.
How can this be? The fire spring never fails to come. Forgive me.
Ah, now I'm thinking of chamomile mixed with like dried peach and strawberries.
Correct?
Maybe some
Does the sun forget to rise?
dried cucumber to add like a freshness to it.
The cycle of fallow and plenty is a natural constant.
That would be really good. That would be like a nice summery
I'm
kind
not
of
good enough now.
drink
We
that
have
you
to
just
fix
want to
this.
chill out with.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think you all need
Ooh.
to see this.
Let's take a look.
I kind of like that vibe. The website opens, I think the
I'm told
15th or
this beautiful
16th.
beauty is known
So we'll
as the
see. We'll see if we
landmine.
can get a T type.
There. Do you recognize
That
these
is a future
crystals?
thing.
Is that Wilk?
Correct. And this network is its source. Look, the crystals are forming wherever the land spine is damaged.
They were using Wilk and Kunafa too, like it was nothing unusual at all.
I think we can assume the land spine stretches all across the Eastlands. Our friends here were using the Wilk to stoke their Everforge, but it's no ordinary fuel. And therein lies our enigma. What is it? What is this energy for?
What?
Just gonna have to fix it.
What is it?
You must return to the village. Sandtide is coming.
Impossible. It is too soon.
We thought so as
Uh-oh.
well. Even the elder.
I see. I am sorry, but I must
Oh
return home.
no.
Of course.
Go look after your people.
Yeah, no. AI ads are everywhere. Sadly.
I guess that we'll. What?
What if the White Wraith comes back?
I hope they find out that it's making things worse.
And we saw it fly off in the direction of the
But they don't
desert.
care. They think they're saving money.
Maybe it's inside the sandstorm this time. It is possible.
I'd like to join as well.
I must learn more about this creature's unique abilities.
Dude's just like, as long as you don't kill yourself, go for it.
Let's prepare to leave quickly.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's just an engineer nerd, which is fine. It's really funny. Oh, right. I need to actually talk to Alma.
We should head for Kunafa as soon as possible.
Alma's very
Will
cute,
Sam supplies?
by the way. I think she's adorable.
Everyone, we're leaving.
To be fair, my first playthrough on here was me being a little bi creature, so hee hee hee, thank you. I was a little bi creature and was like, women and men pretty. Although the ecologist, I literally thought he was a gal. He is certainly gendering, and I'm here for it. Also, he's our little autistic coded prince.
Chance the monster we're after is
He just yapped about bugs the whole time.
You mean the wind's gasp?
He takes his
Still,
his ecology
I shall
stuff
not
really
dissuade you from
seriously.
your path.
It's
May the
great.
winds guide your heart true.
Thank you. We head to the wind's gas.
Alright, so where are we going? So, going this way. Alright, following the scout flies.
the White Raven.
I do kind of like how the scout flies aren't as reliable as they are in World.
But it's the best one we've
They
got.
kind of veer off from time to time.
I see it.
Something's definitely not right.
Oh, everything's like glowy. That's kind of cool.
We're all fleeing. That's telling.
All this wind and lightning.
Something is happening.
Watch yourselves now.
Epic fight coming? Oh, heck yeah. I can hear it, I think.
Whatever made that sound is not happy.
Oh, is this the fight that I think it is?
Stay on your toes.
It is the fight I think it is. Oh.
There it is. The White Wraith.
Okay, but what's the other one? From the look of it, that must be this region's apex predator. This could get ugly. We better keep our distance. Well, we can observe from afar. You can't.
Don't be an idiot, kid. Please, don't be an idiot.
Why? Why did it attack?
Do not have an ID 10T error. Please.
There must be
Revenge is not worth your life.
You're a hunter. You've got a weapon, and you do nothing? Give it to me, and I'll...
Aww.
Why won't you let me go?
Because you're more important, kid.
Give me my village back!
Aww. Kid, you're not ready for the smoke. Oh, it's like crystalline. they mentioned about the monster that the crystals sounded like, that kept the monsters away. This is the crystal. This is the monster that they were talking about. Oh, did we watch it get choked out? I have a feeling this thing ain't dead. Yep, nope, it ain't dead. Oh, the sound design. It's so raspy.
That doesn't look good.
I think it's about to shoot us. I was correct, it did shoot us.
It's gone berserk. The village is doomed if we don't stop it. I'll find us a spot to lay low. I'm going too. We've got to get Nata out of here.
Got it. I'll provide support for the time being. Thanks.
Oh, ad break in 4 minutes, boys. My gun lance says nope to the lightning.
In order to protect the surrounding population, the guild authorizes you to hunt Ray down. Understood. I'm on it.
Oh god, it's a flying monster. I do like how it shows the danger spot. Okay, so it has a very similar Rathalos combat style. Got it. Except minus the fire. It's lightning. At least for now. It's really cool, though. I like its design. And no poison! Exactly! No poison! I'll take no poison! It's really cool, though. Yeah, no, I feel like it's very, docile compared to Rathalos, too.
Storing on lightning? It's going to unleash an attack.
Oh. So is this just an Apex, or is it a Elder Dragon? Oh, that was sick. Oh, and the lightning rose in the sand. Oh, that's too good. Get bonked. Ow. That's fine. That's fine. Ooh, that's rough. And it stunned us. We can go. We can go. Oh dear. How it closes its horns up to shoot is so cool. If you would have told me that there was a like railgun monster in this game. Also, I recognize that wing attack. Hello, hi, blade style freaking Nergigante. Oh, the screen dilation. Yeah. No, I hope we get a if we get DLC, I hope we get subspecies of it. Oh. I would be so happy. Give me them horns. Ooh, ow. I flew too close to the sun. And like how glowy it is and stuff too. Really good. Get fonked. Oh, its freaking calls are cool. Oh, really? Ooh. Oh. It chose to come back. It'd be so sick if we saw lightning hit it. Oh god. I don't know if that's like a feature or what.
Got it.
But the after images are crazy here. So we're gonna try. Woo! Oh! Get denied! I just gotta waddle over to you. Oh! 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 Get mounted! Yeah, so I fell in love with Hammer unironically during, World. I was mostly a, dual blades main. Oh, is he leaving? No, he is not! He's just mad. He big angy. I can't get over how cool he looks. Oh, I walked into that. Thank you, Palico. Thank you, Riss. Glaive is also fun. I'm a hammer main, but I like glaive and bow. I was looking away for that. Please don't nuke me while I'm on the floor. Thank you. Do I have anything here to help me heal? No, I don't. Sharpen my blade real quick. Oh dear god. Oh, that was so close. Life powder. Life powder again. Oh, did we break its wing? We broke its... I think we broke its wing. Its wings look pretty broken. I will check the supplies in a second. Yeah, no, this thing has such a cool, like, build up. It's really cool. And like its design, the fact that it pretty much turns itself into an electricity railgun is so sick. Like, Monster Railgun is too good. Oh, this area is so pretty. It has no reason to be this pretty. This looks awful to walk on. Much like the boiling tar. Ooh, 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 ow. Oh, yep, no. I deserved that. Yep. I deserved the bonk. Thanks, medic.
You can use an SOS flare if you feel so inclined.
Actually, let's grab the null berries too for that. So where are we going? Okay, we're going up here. Of offsets? I think so. What? Ah, the oasis. So my first ever Monster Hunter game was, Monster Hunter Tri. Because my first ever Monster Hunter game was, on the Wii. So I assume that's Tri. And then I got into playing Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. And then Monster Hunter 3. Also on the DS. And then I did World, which World is always going to be my favorite. And then Rise, which was eh. It was kind of boring to me. The only thing I really liked about Rise was the fact that you got Pupper. I want that other horn. Oh, whoops. Oh, you can only get one horn? Alright. Well, I mean, I could still bonk its head and... Oh, God! I might chill at camp after this. Start attacking its tail a little bit. Oh, did we break some of its crystals? Its animation set is really nice. Yeah, no, I do miss the old Elder Dragons. Ugh. The old Elder Dragons were awesome. Honestly, he feels kind of like an Elder Dragon. This doesn't feel like a Apex Predator. This feels kind of more like an Elder Dragon. Okay, note to self, he can channel the electricity into his tail. Yeah, no, this is like one of the only monsters I actually kinda knew about, but I didn't know how his fight was. This is mostly blind, funny enough. Yeah, no, this feels like an Elder Dragon fight. A bit. Like, maybe not as hard. Like, this is definitely, like... the vibes I got fighting Kieran for the first time. Ooh, I thought it was out of the blast range. Did he just make glass? Oh, that's too sick. I'm in a bad spot. There we go. There's med. It's fine. Let's be a little bit of heal greed. Okay, we're out of the blast area. Let's see if I can break his tail some. I will say, this thing having, like, the crystals on its wings is really cool. The purple glass. Ooh. Forgot your tail existed for a second, buddy. I'm sorry. My bad. Got him on the floor. He's gonna scream at me. Yeah, no, his horn gets peeled. Yeah, no, I liked Kieran. He was one of my first favorites of design-wise for a lower level, Elder Dragon. And very much not a force to be reckoned with. Are you getting close? You're gonna have to... Oof. Please no. Please no. Oh! The screen aberration is really cool. That is a really nice touch for when he does his, thing. Can you please not? There we go. Oh, that was a fail. Why did it zoom in on that? There we go. Teostra, I did like Teostra and Lunastra. World, I learned to hate Teostra and, Lunastra because of their freaking explosion. We didn't get them the first try, but we did get them. Really nice sound design. Grab his stuff. Is there any more here? Probably not. We didn't break much here. But yeah, no, the glass pillars that he'd make with his lightning. Yeah, the supernova. The freaking supernova. Hated that, especially if you were in Elder's Recess. And Teostra and Lunastra would do their supernova attack. Oh, heck yeah. I'm totally down. We only had one feint! We did good! And we only took 21 minutes to fight it.
Well done. Phew, that was one heck of a monster.
Yeah, no, Hunter, I agree. That was one heck of a monster. Really cool monster at that. That was sick.
How is he?
Yeah, no, my current playthrough of World on the PlayStation, I think I have gotten to Nergigante, the first Nergigante fight.
He'll be okay.
in
Hey, there's something I need to show
maybe
you.
10 hours
It's back there.
total.
Thanks. I
And most
appreciate
of
it.
that's been me exploring to get, camp areas. Yes.
Why is it glowing?
No clue, but I must
Maybe
have been
11.
shutting it
I'm
down.
still on Nergigante. He
This is
has
what's
given me the
understood.
most trouble because I'm soloing it.
Yeah.
I'm
looks
soloing
just
it
like
with
what
the
we saw in
bare
the zoos,
minimum
except
of
this
weapons
one's
and
glowing.
armor.
So,
Because I'm pretty much kind of speed running
where do you
it.
think goes?
I want to see how quickly I can get through the main story of World, not including Ice,
Good. We can go back
freaking
outside.
the DLC.
It stopped glowing.
I want to get through the main story. Beat. How fast can I beat Shinojiva? There we go. Or Xenojiva.
I'm just gonna toss this out there. I think this and the sandstorm might be connected. Silly, right?
No, it's a real possibility. We should tell Werner what we found.
But Nurg is giving me issues. I think I have died to him about
Before we go.
10 times, and I might have to bite the bullet and actually, make weapons and armor.
Yeah, good call.
Eric and I will take Nata back to base
I've
camp.
played that game way too many times to count. I'm at 609 hours in World. I probably have a good, like, at least double my time on Warframe in Monster Hunter World. I probably have a good 3,000-4,000 hours in it.
Between the wounded Raydao and its attacker. If either have reached the village,
I don't have a problem, I promise.
thank you for what you have done.
To be fair, I've played World since it came out.
The oil well basin.
I've been playing World since 2018.
Eric seemed convinced that what we saw was the white wraith absorbing elemental energy.
That's a lot to chew on, but our first order of business should be to talk to Werner.
I don't know, I just like games like this. It's very fun, and it's very satisfying to play games like this. Obtained 10 more titles.
Let's head back to Azu's.
Yippee! We're Hunter Rank 4! Hehe, thank you for the head pats. We're Hunter Rank 4! Let's go! Alright, let's go over to the... thingy. We need to go and see what kind of... Do they have a forge here, or do we have to go all the way to camp? We have to go all the way to camp. Pretty sure. Pretty sure we have to go to camp. Yeah, we're gonna have to go to camp. That's fine though, we can go to camp. Pretty sure this is the way to camp. Am I big dumb? I don't want to fight monster. I might be big dumb. We'll just go back. Yeah, no, I agree. With friends, it's even better. I used to play a lot with my dad. Also, hello, Reddy! Welcome, welcome, hun! I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're playing some Monster Hunter. Gameplay is over on Twitch end, and we're just kind of vibing. Vibing and playing some Monster Hunter. A Merciless Glare is such a good, name for that. And we have him here. Oh, I like his, monster symbol. That's kind of cool. So...
I'm happy to help anytime.
I am terrible at knowing where to go on this map. I don't know what's with this map in particular. But this map is hard to read for me. I think it's because it's like a GTA map.
That looks like a good place to set up camp.
Oh. So we can make a camp here. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the starlight armor.
I'll transfer the materials I gathered into your field pouch.
Got more gathering points. Huh? Hi CJ, welcome, welcome, hun. We're just chilling, doing some Monster Hunter shenanigans. We be vibin'. Oh yeah, we're still doing the star event too. Hi Nightwolf, welcome, welcome, hun. How's my guardian wolf today? We're just playing some Monster Hunter and hunting some monsters. Well, right now we're trying to make our way back to camp. And I am a big idiot and do not know where to go. So we're just kind of wandering at this point. Well, that's the spider nest. Spider. Not this way. It looks like the other camp is here. So we'll go this way. Yeah, because there's our camp. And I think it's this way that we're going to. Hi, Audio! We're just playing some Monster Hunter and just chilling. I'm attempting to make our way over to camp. So you guys get to witness Momo be absolutely horrid at navigation. My sense of direction is so bad. Yeah, finding monsters with autopilot's easier. But I'm making my way over to the camp. Or not to the camp, to the, village. Oh. Ah, it loaded in the next zone. Okay, so it does have, zone loads. That's good to know. Yeah! We're doing some fun stuff. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. Welcome, welcome, hun. I'd like to manage my equipment. Or no, I want to make equipment. Yeah, manage my equipment, forge. Oh wait, no, not forge armor. Forge weapon. I want to see the weapons first. Oh, he does. Oh, that's such a cool hammer. Oh, that's such a cool looking hammer. That's a lot better than the hammer I have currently. Oh, it looks like, Lightning Boy doesn't have one, so... I will go with the poison hammer. If I can. So we're gonna go... Is it here? No. It's metal tree.
Look good.
So we make metal.
Perfection.
Metal hammer
Look good.
into poison hammer. There we go. Yippee!
Perfection.
Equip as primary. Bow.
Anything catch your eye?
Oh, we got bow. Oh, and it looks sick. Oh, that looks so cool. This looks like something you would see in, like, Diablo or Doom. Or dare I say Destiny. Yeah, no, I do kind of like that. Gonna look at his armor first. Because I've been doing pretty good with my, my hammer shenanigans. I do want to see his armor. Oh, we got ingot armor now. Oh, the ingot armor looks cool. I think they've changed it a little bit. At least the alpha. The more masculine armor. I like the Plague Doctor look for the poison armor. Not so much for the femme armor, but I do like the Plague Doctor kind of look. Oh, we only have... Oh, that's the Ulfdana. Let me see him. Okay, so we only have the parts for the chest plate and the helm. Yeah, okay, so the first one's the mask and then the second one's the femme. See, I'm so used to Dumabolo. Yeah, no, Dumabolo makes sense. I'm so used to alpha and beta. So something tells me we're gonna have to fight him again to get the full set to be able to see it. Yeah! You can wear the femme or mask armor. Ooh. That's kinda cool. That's kinda interesting that some of the armor is unlockable and high. Oh, it's locked behind monsters you have not seen. Okay. I do really like the helm for the mask armor. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and make the bow, since we can make the bow.
What are we making today?
That'll give us a nice, thunder. Oh, we can't. We can't make it. It do be locked. That makes
Got
sense.
something in mind?
What is his... Ooh, his, sword and shield, or charge blade looks cool. You have to craft the weapon prior?
What are we making today?
No. But I did, didn't I? Oh, wait, no, I haven't. Never mind.
Perfection. Ready to get to work?
Yes.
Alrighty.
There we go.
Perfection.
Now we got it. Now we got cool Thunderbow. For our
Fits you to a
secondary.
T.
But we got the cool poison hammer, which it does look sick. But yeah, no, you can wear the mask or femme armor in this. Yeah, it's probably my fan in the background. I have my mic a little bit too sensitive, probably. More than likely. Can I be your fan too? You're welcome to be my fan. Oh, we have an incoming ad break in about 4 minutes, guys. I'm gonna try to get through this story bit for y'all. Let's go down here. Before you guys get hit with the ads.
Sorry, who are you again?
I try to time it so you guys don't, like, get in mid-story bit. Need to talk.
And just like that, the light blinked out. You guys get anything?
Let's
Turn
just
it up
say
just a little bit.
I'm still investigating. Not gonna present my findings until I'm certain. Enough chit-chat, though. You've got a visitor.
Hey, I heard you're looking for an underground tunnel. Yabron filled me in. That land spine continues down into the subterrane. I can show you the way if you want.
Yeah, no, I agree. That is a
That
good
might be
decision.
the tunnel I came through. That would be great. Let's mount up.
I'm all for, making the armor
Thanks for guiding us.
just be a good, like,
Follow me.
attack
The place I'm talking
armor,
about is way down
like
deep in an area
defense,
we call the subterrane.
and not make it
Sometimes
either
we go there to
ranged
mine,
or
but we generally avoid it. Between
up
the gas,
close.
lava, and monsters, there's too much that can go wrong and no way to call for help.
Sounds dangerous. We really appreciate you taking the risk for us.
You guys
Nah,
got
it's your
2
brother,
minutes
you should
before
think.
ads start.
Even around the whole
I'll do my
village
best
asking
to
for help.
make sure that it doesn't
Said he wanted to help out the travelers who came
cut
to his
too
aid.
much into the adventure.
So I volunteered, basically.
Aw. You did that for us.
But yeah, no, I do like the fact that
Here's
they
our
made
ride
it so
down.
you can wear both. You can wear both mask and femme.
It'll take us to the subterrane?
Yep.
That's handy.
That is a good decision on them, too.
Almost there.
Because some of the mask armor looks a lot
So where
cooler.
does the land spine lead?
If you look
Or
east of the
pairs
basin,
well
you'll see a
with
huge
the femme
cliff.
armor.
It stretches to there. But don't expect me to go near it. As we say in the
Or
Zulu,
sometimes you just
don't
want to
go
look
down a
cool
hole
as
with a
heck.
ladder.
Like, I really like the spider armor. The
Not
mask spider armor.
Yeah.
just kind of riding the secrets. I'm excited to get into the Monster Hunter raid. Or the Monster Hunter Omega fight, because I play 14 sometimes. I play Final Fantasy 14. So I want to see Omega. The Omega fight.
It really is an underground tunnel.
There's the Omega fight in 14 or in here.
You're sure?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. Yeah, scamper off, stay safe, hun. Omega's a bit harder than Raidao. That makes sense. Normal or savage? Oh no, I'm meaning in Monster Hunter they have the Omega fight.
I'm ready to go home.
Well then, let's hurry.
Because it's the crossover event with
Thank you for
FF14.
I hope you're sure about this. Be careful.
I don't think a bit might be enough.
I'm ready. Let's go.
If I can solo him, that will be awesome. I am the definition of let me solo them in this game. A bit with a wider range.
We've come a long way.
If you can first try solo it, I would get the moon for you.
Can't be.
That's funny. Yeah, no, so what got me into Wilds was to go fight Omega.
But this is the way to your village.
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
I used the wrong element on it and died one time. Oh no.
We were so close. Take it easy. It must have frozen over in the past few years. Hey.
No, I have not. I am coming into this game for the most part blind. We're pretty low. We just fought Raidao.
Clip that Satesh warned us about. All right, so what do you say we head back to the surface?
Yeah. Bit. Next. Heat mantle bug or take a hot drink. Okay, so
Yeah,
this place is
good
chilly.
idea. Let's see if we can find a way to the surface.
I'm sorry.
Hot
No
pepper.
need for that. Come on, it'll work out.
So we need to make our way up.
Does anybody else hear that voice?
Oh, thank you for the big heart spark over on IRIAM end. And also congratulations for the 4th time in a row. Heck yeah. Congratulations. I still need to finish the stuff from last month. Which partner did get paid, so we should be getting stamps in soon so I can send you your thank you note.
The Nursilla.
Ooh, bat? Bat monster. Oh, bat monster. Bat monster spider? Them just looking at each other.
Now death greets me with a new mask. Or are you my salvation?
monster
So,
spider
what shall
is
it
cool.
be? Should I leave it to fate?
No, we're gonna save you. This is
It's
a crucial job
same.
for the guild.
Ah, yes. Is this gonna be my death is going to be my salvation. They really went hard on the spiders.
Ergo I am. Faced with death, I am finally, truly alive.
Hunter, in order to rescue the Linean and secure the surrounding area, the guild authorizes you to hunt that Nursilla.
I'm on it.
We'll be back at camp.
Yep, time to go beat up a bat spider. Oh, this thing's a proper spider.
An opening and try to free the Wudwud.
We have supplies that will be useful for the quest.
Okay, so is it? I'm trying to understand. Is this? We're gonna need null berries. Wait, no, not null berry. Antidote.
The end. How
Can we
peculiar.
not? Can we not? Can we not? We are going to die. Okay.
So many sights left unseen.
Is it sleeping?
Aye then, what fate wills we must.
There we go. I guess it just chose to take its sleep. Also, hello Lee McCoy and also Gur. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're currently playing some Monster Hunter Wilds, and actively trying not to die via giant spider. What? Maybe because of a frog? It could have been a frog.
The end. How
Oh yay, more white poison. Did someone say poison? Yeah, no, it keeps on falling asleep. I don't know why I keep on trying to use the nullberry. Wait, actually no. Maybe instead of that. There it is. We're gonna do the classic.
what fate wills we must.
Okay, so I think it's falling asleep to make us think that to make you think that it's, you know, that it's eating. And then it, tries to grab you. Oh, it was Sleep Toads? Interesting.
Fate wills we must.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? You know those whip spiders? That have like the long claw grabbers? It reminds me of one of those, because they're not actually spiders. They just kind of look like one. Hi Locke! Welcome, welcome! Pick the barrel. Never mind. We'll just...
So many sights left unseen. What's this? The footprints.
Ah, I don't remember. I don't remember what that spider was called. I know what you're talking about, though. Did it just have babies? Oh god, it had babies. You can use your slinger to rescue the Wudwud. Oh, it had babies. I hate that. I hate that for us. There's nothing worse than baby spiders. Oh, what in the heck? Okay, I don't know how I managed that, but cool. Cut that out. Oh, that was the offset? Okay. If this thing doesn't have, like, cool, necromancer armor, I riot. This thing gives me necromancer vibes. Oh, no. I saw you do that. Creepy little thing. The freaking hatchlings. I hate this. Does that mean this thing's a girl spider? Why are all the spiders female? Could be both. Hermaphrodite spider? Hi, Sugar Cookie. Welcome, welcome, hun. I'm MomoYumeko, Magical Girl in Training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're just kind of chilling, playing some Monster Hunter. If you do end up watching on Twitch end, arachnophobia warning. Get staggered. It could be both. It could be both for the spider. I do wonder what the, if they do end up doing a, DLC, what it's gonna be themed off of. Yep. Give me 2 seconds. Let me try not to die. There we go. Hey Spark, if you can send me their thing so I can report it later. Hello, Queen Seraphia! Welcome, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, Magical Girl in Training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're currently playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. If you end up coming over to Twitch end, I will do an arachnophobia warning because we do have a giant spider on screen. Hello, Vanny! Welcome, welcome! We're just vibing, doing some Monster Hunter Wilds shenanigans. Trying to kill a giant spider. It's kind of like a trapdoor spider. Do I know you from YouTube? Possibly. Possibly, possibly. Bonk and bonk. Yeah, welcome everybody that's new. Yeah, no, so this thing reminds me of a giant, you know the whip spiders? Or no, not whip spiders, whip scorpion. Not whip spider. Yeah, no, that's why it kind of reminds me of the whip scorpions. Oh, we're poisoned. No, don't do that. I need... Here is my antidote. There we go. It is really cool, though. If we don't get cool necromantic armor, I'm going to be sad. Because I use a PNG tuber model on here. I don't have a proper live 2D model for, IRIAM yet. Though I do, that is one of my community goals, is to eventually get one. Yes, stars are going wild. Can you customize? No, you cannot. So how you do your models here on IRIAM is, you put in an application with them, and they will make you a PNG tuber model in design. And then you will have to get your... Unless you go through Bond Live. Oh, you're fine, Jay. You're fine cooking dinner. Yeah, no, I will ask how old you are, because this is an 18+ platform. Spooter. Thank you, Locke. Thank you, my Kohai. Yeah, no. They said the same thing to me. Hey, Jay, can you... Thank you, sir. You're awesome.
Get the wood down.
Yeah, potential child. Especially with how they were, like, asking how to make the avatar. I am stuck. Yeah, we just hunted a big ol' spider. Well, it looked like a spider. It was not a spider. Spooter. But yeah, welcome Creative Horse. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. But yeah, we killed the Spooter! Can I watch your screen, please? Yeah, I'm stuck. Yay, one less Spooter. Yep, exactly, one less Spooter. like to know more about this area.
Well, you might say we're, lost.
And one
Could you help
less
us get our
potentially,
bearings? We're trying to
child.
reach higher ground, but we can't find a way up.
Shall I be your guide? No objections, I insist. It is the least I can do.
I need to put... I have put down in my rules, no, self-promo unless you're unless it's like an IRIAM streamer.
Can I ask how you got caught by the Nursilla?
Sheer carelessness. Only I am to blame. My spirit of adventure got the better of me.
I love him.
Had I only known that I would wind
I love
up
how extra he is.
Hmm.
True, kids don't read.
Possibly wrong.
Well, if he's off, Rove, we'll need
Oh,
time
whoops.
to get ready. Do you mind waiting?
Well,
Certainly. Hurry here until the moon strikes you.
what's funny is I'm about to add the I don't play Roblox. Cause that drives me up the wall.
Got a sec?
I
got
play
something for ya.
Roblox. Yeah, no, I'm so tired of getting asked
Well, hey.
to do things from the children. That's why we execute them on site. Well, I shouldn't say execute them. We ban them on site.
Got something in mind?
Okay, I swear, if this thing doesn't have cool, like, necromancer armor, Order 66. You know what? We'll use that as the thing. It looks more Gundam. Why did they go with Gundam? Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. And I'm an 18 plus streamer. My rules for my stream go over to Twitch too. But yeah, no, we could do the yeah, no, it is. Well, why is it Gundam? I was expecting more like, you know how the armor for Valhazak looks in World? That's what I was expecting, was more of like a like necromancer vibe for the thing that we just fought. Like Spider Necromancer. Not Mobile Suit Gundam. That would be! The Necromancer kind of... I think someone had their Gundam models in the office that day. Yeah, no. I mean, it looks cool. Don't get me wrong. Also, hello, Rat King. Welcome, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl trading. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, in gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We're just chilling, playing some Monster Hunter. I'm looking at... I'm at a loss for words. This looks... Why is it Gundam? It doesn't even match, like, the colors of the bug. It's too white. Don't clip that, please. But yeah, no, it's too white. Why does it look this way? It looks cool. Why? Well, okay, so the spider that I just fought was like, he was like wearing raggedy, like, clothes and stuff. And then the armor is like pure white and gold. Why? I'm going to riot because it doesn't look like necromancer armor. Yeah, no, it does kind of look like something from Star Rail. Like, it doesn't look bad, it doesn't match the freaking, the theme of the monster. I do like the, the mask set for... Can I get coffee black? You can't see we're talking white. Oh my goodness. I do like the ingot armor still. Where's the purple crystals? Right! Exactly! Like, where's the purple crystals and all of that? Like... It does not look... It shouldn't look this way! I reckon it's from a return monster from a very old series, so I guess the armor kind of suffers from old design. Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Those are go-go boots. Yeah, I do think it does suffer from old design. It looks good, don't get me wrong. I just... sadness. Let down. This fight, the conga, made me unbearably angry. It is the most disgusting fight I have ever experienced in this game. Yeah, no, one of my favorite armor sets from... Yeah, farting on the character and throwing poop at them. Yeah, no, I hated it. Why does its hammer looks like a shrimp. Its hammer looks like a shrimp. Yeah, no, I hate the conga. I swear to Lord, if it forces me to fight the conga again, I will riot. Hello, Beast Possum. Welcome, hun. We're just chilling, playing some Monster Hunter. As I complain about armor designs. But yeah, no, I hate the conga. The conga's so bad. Yeah, no, it looks like a shrimp. 42K till goal. I think I'll stream until we hit goal. We got a little bit. I'm gonna look at Hunting Horn. Why not? I used to play Hunting Horn a little bit, in World at least. Banahara Horn. That's kind of fun. The Hunting Horn for Ray Dow is drums. is a drum circle. Bone horn, based as heck, as usual. Yeah, no, it looks really cool. That one's also drums. Oh, is that all of them? Yep. Yeah, no, Ray's horn looks really cool. It's just a bunch of drums. It's a drum circle. It's kind of a vibe. Though, I would have liked it better if it was... Can you dye it? I don't know. I don't think so. I know that you can eventually get... At least this is how it worked in World and in Rise. Your armor, if you got layered armor, you could change the colors of it. Let me see. Change equipment. Oh, right. Oh no, I got the blessing charm. Okay, so I can change the colors of it. Let me see here. Oh, that's undershirt. Oh, we got pendants. I think I'll go with peach. It's either that or we're using the thing. And then secondary pendant, which will also do peach. The all-powerful Teddy. Higher rank can change colors. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't mind the, like, aesthetic. Aesthetics, like, spoilers. Oops. So I just did, the funny... There we go. He looks like a little wizard and I love him. Yeah, I was about to say, you can't change weapon colors normally. But you can change, armor. He's not a wizard, but he looks like one. Look at him! At least I don't think he is. There is, like, some weird magic in Monster Hunter. At least partially. If anybody remembers Rise.
And it's quite frigid. I'd say it's as intense as the sand tide in the downpour. Does it ever get, you know, a little warmer?
Which I love Rise. I liked Rise's story. I didn't like necessarily how the game
A never-ending
felt.
winter? Great.
Rise felt too easy to me.
List of wonky phenomenon right below premature sand tide and no-show fire spring. Do you think
Where's
this
my
is the cliffs
hot
that
drink?
Tesh talked about?
Take a sippy.
Yes. Or at least
Like, I liked Rise, don't get me wrong. Nada.
I've never seen it. But I don't know how to explain this.
I don't
Something
either.
about it feels like my village.
Like, Rise felt like an extreme like, step back from World. That's just my personal opinion. But yeah, the theming was good. I liked the fact that we went back to the old world. So we got a game with a little bit of the QOLs that World brought in an old World game. It felt like I was playing World in a yeah, those are familiar cloths.
This confirms it. Yeah, it's all one huge structure. I can't imagine anyone building something like
Must
this
be a
back
dragon.
home, let alone this size.
Could be.
How'd they even do it?
Why is all the rocks
It's
are
the
floating?
only architecture I've seen,
That's kind of cool.
which immediately raises some questions.
It did make World feel like a newer game. World came out in 2018, which makes me feel old.
What happened to their civilization if they were capable of something like this?
And it still has a pretty healthy fan base.
And if the keepers live out here,
Yeah, I'm 26. I do feel old sometimes. Most of the time. Oh, ad break in about 4 minutes, boys, over on Twitch End. Don't get old. I'm gonna be in trouble when I get old. I already have body issues.
Needle to find, or to hide it in a haystack.
hiding in the haystack.
Then follow me.
Creatures. Flying creatures. Oh! It should be done in a second.
Where are we?
My quiet sanctuary. I come here when I'm
I think
in
if you
need of
snooze it,
solitude.
it stops the
I can't believe there was a
the
whole
alerts. 26 is old.
danger.
No, 26 isn't old. I feel old.
Your small hovel? Certainly.
Yeah, I can also only snooze 3 times. Hello, Manami! Bun, welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch.
Hello.
We are... Nightwolf, you are probably the eldest in the group.
Everything okay?
But that's fine. That makes you our guardian. The guardian wolf. What? Probably. I'm not gonna let Nightwolf say his age if he wants to. Look. Heh. Ah, I see. 66. Yep. Hello, Cameron. Welcome, hun. I'm MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming. We're doing some Monster Hunter World here, and just kind of vibing. Ew. Again, 66. I'll take care of one of them. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Both. I've already got one. And I'm getting the other. There we go. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, they just got banned by Lavi. Thank you for, letting me know. I was on call twice. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, thank you for letting me know that they got banned by Lavi. I normally banned... Ugh. Gross. Nah. Yeah, no, if they are banned by Lavi, I will ban them. Because I trust her intuition. 119k! Heck yeah! Bruh, I'm just here to vibe and play game. not get, That's why, like, partially, because I am doing 2.0. That's actually something I want to chat about a little bit. I am doing 2.0. I am making a little bit cuter of a model and design. So I'm not as, like, creeped with. Because that's very uncomfy for me. Especially since I have it in my thing. Hey, I'm not here to flirt. I am in a relationship. Also. Also. I cursed you into the wet napkin technique. What, the ghetto cooler? Yeah, exactly. Like, I have rules for a reason. I'm not here to find love. Flirting with the VTuber, unless they are, like, very open, you know, about, hey, I don't care, bring on the lewd. I am very much not a lewd person. I might make my jokes, but they are purely joke. Hehe. Exactly. And you're my guardian wolf. But I love my Momo sister. Exactly. Yeah, no, I try my best to be very positive and open. No flirting, please. God, I am... Homo kids! Momo mommy. Exactly, we love people platonically in this house. Dude, don't do it. Getting with VTubers is like danger. Danger, Will Robinson. I am very platonic with my love. Even sometimes towards my partner, which I'm very open about having a partner. He sometimes even chats on stream. Like, yeah, no, I don't suggest dating a VTuber unless you like know them. Don't find love with rizzing up a random VTuber you find on the internet, guys. Momo sage advice of the day. Don't get with a VTuber unless you know them IRL. Don't be allured by their charms. What if the VTuber rizzes us up? That is a red flag. Leads to docs. Yeah, no. Looking at IRIAM's track record, it leads to docs. Hello, I don't know why I'm here. Welcome, welcome. I'm MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM and a few days a week over on Twitch. But yeah, no, I don't suggest it. I don't suggest dating a VTuber unless you know them IRL. If you know them IRL and have met them and gotten to know them. Yeah, no, exactly. Celebrity marriages, they never last, do they? Oh. Are they using their real license plate? Yeah, if that's your real license plate, not a good idea, brother. Excuse me while I look at it. Yeah, no, that's so bad to do, because you could find out who it is.
Rove is far from home, just like me. I wonder if I'll ever see him.
But yeah, no,
You will.
I'm very protective. I try to make my community safe enough for everybody.
How I acted before. It's okay. We're just worried about you.
It feels so stupid.
I mean, yeah. Some, like, I won't say it for everybody, but, like, all celebrity crushes and stuff like that. But,
Take you straight
yeah, no.
there.
Also, hello, Dial
No
Tinsley.
idea
Welcome,
just
welcome,
how big
hun.
the world is.
We're just vibing.
I can't believe I can't
Playing
even
some Monster
show it
Hunter.
away. I feel so useless.
Hi, King Tom. Hello, Catman.
Nanta,
Hello, Cat Brother. How are you
1,000
today?
there's only been one person resilient enough to
Cat
make it
Kohai.
through
There we
us.
go.
You.
It is me, your mother. Oh no!
We'll set out again once they hear about it.
That's horrifying.
Okay?
If you've been here for my my funnies. Oh, ow, that hurt my throat. Ow. I heard you got a C in algebra. Yeah, funny enough. No, so you know how I pulled the muscle a little bit in my throat. Laughing. I've been laughing too much. No movies for you, young lady. Most of the time I don't watch mute. I mean, hey, yeah, no. C is a passing grade. What? I pulled the muscles in my throat laughing just now. My throat's all kinds of messed up. The acid reflux doesn't help. And the laughing, I actually have scar tissue on my throat because of the acid reflux. That's why my voice sometimes is pretty low. I actually heighten it a little bit because of the customer service voice. Yeah, no, I've had it since I was like little. I take omeprazole every once in a while to help with it if it gets too bad. Yep, acid reflux, heartburn, the whole kit and caboodle. Thank you, Father, for cursing me. I love you, but I've been cursed. If I eat anything spicy, it's awful. 40k stars! Let's go! Also, hello, Oreo! Yumeko, welcome, welcome, hun. I'm MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. But yeah, no, so 2.0 design for Momo. I'm probably going to make it a little bit more PG, where it's like a little bit more cuter. Simply because I'm so tired of people, covered a little bit more. We're still, so the design-wise is still, it has booba, but it's not as, like, pronounced booba. A little bit more covered and cutesy. So I don't get the, damn girl, kind of comments when people come in here. It's so annoying. Like, okay, so I can tell when it's a genuine comment and, people being gooners. Which, I don't care. Gooners are going to goon. Just don't let me know. I have had people, the horrors of having people come in my chats and tell me to keep talking are horrifying. Yeah, no, Jay has been bore witness to that. I'm pretty sure we have screenshots somewhere in my camera roll because of it. Hi, Cyber! Welcome, hun! I think I, quote, said I needed eye bleach. Because the unfortunate of having to read it. That one dude. Yeah, no, same. I have too much respect for people. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Let me sippy. Yeah, no, it's gross. Like, there we go. Sip. Best day ever. Yeah, no, so that's why I am and a little explanation about me. I am SameAme say-so. So I try my best to be 13 plus in, like, how I talk and stuff. I want to be fairly family friendly, even if I'm an 18 plus streamer. It's mostly for my own soul. I know that because I'm a little autistic creature and also ADHD. If I get on rambling, I will be here for hours. And if anything, if the Verona Prime incident was anything. ID, please? I have a soul. I'm a magical girl. Of course I have soul. Yeah, 66. Don't tell Maka. Also, hello, chickens are life. Welcome, hun, and Dallas. I'm MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do TTRPG streams, gaming, and cozy streams. I totally did that out of order. I do TTRPG streams, gaming, and cozy streams over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch. We just vibe. We're just vibing, playing some, Monster Hunter. We're yapping for a second. Hey, Fluffy Bear. How's it going? 46K, holy heck, y'all are quick. To be fair, I've been streaming for like almost 4 hours, which I'm still doing pretty good. It might be the coffee, but also I'm taking a little bit of a break. Yeah, no, Monster Hunter and Rambling are great. Drink water. I'm almost done with my coffee. Besides, I do have water by me, too. You got this, more caffeine! To be fair, I also don't drink that strong of coffee. It's mostly creamer and ice in there.
And she feels like she has to solve all the problems alone. If you met this girl, what would you say?
And you're worried about this girl?
Yeah. I used to be a lot like her.
Drink Death Wish coffee. Actually, I'm
I left home.
working on getting some of the coffee I'm affiliated with.
Larger than life.
Cause I wanna try the
Realized that actually,
Paladin coffee from Dragon Roast.
when I left my village, they clapped me on
It's
the
supposed to
back
have
and
like an
said,
appley taste to it.
"Ellen."
It's like apple, cinnamon,
But
and
now, I think they were really saying,
something else.
it's your turn now. What do you choose to protect?
Yeah, I'm affiliated with Dragon Roast Coffee. They have like a bunch of different weird flavors for coffee. Or at least different flavors. And I love that. I think it's also a light roast. So I'm like, ooh. I must find. I don't know if I still have my card link. If I do still have my card link in my profile, you should find it there. But if you go over to my Twitter, I have all my affiliates listed. Crackhead coffee! That's too good. But yeah, I'm affiliated with 2 different coffee brands. Ayashida Coffee, which is more VTuber coffee, and then Dragon Roast, which is more TTRPG themed. Yeah. Because what I wanted to do with my affiliations was to make sure, like, sure, VTuber stuff, that makes sense. That's perfect. But I also wanted to make sure that I also had some stuff for people that weren't as, like, I don't want VTuber merch, you know? Which I do want to do a, merch drop of more TTRPG stuff. Like, themed stuff for Momo merch. Because I do every other Saturday I do something called Roll Your Die, which is where we go through like TTRPG things. This past one I finished up. I worked on TTRPG sheets for my West March that I'm in. Stuff like that. You must be this tall to ride this ride. Hi, Jeek. But yeah, no, I love it. I've got a nice cold bottle of Coke with ice in it in my fridge. Oh, yes. Yeah, no, I understand the heat from computer running. Dude, I am currently in shorts and a tank top. I am so toasty, because our room gets no air conditioning over the rest of the house. I do need a fan. I have a fan on my throne that I need to get eventually. I might ask partner if we can buy it real quick. It has a thermostat, or not a thermostat, it has a temperature gauge and everything on it.
I guess I wanted someone who understood.
I need it like under the desk, because I already have the fan for the laptop going. I don't need more sound in here.
I met Nata. And despite having lost everything he knew,
You could freeze a rag in the freezer and it helps. Yeah, I do have one in there. I put it in when I started streaming. I might grab it in a second.
it made me realize I should also be out living
It
life.
does get
The
stuck
professor wanted a hunter we could trust
to
mentally.
the freezer
And
too,
with your
so
background,
not the ghetto
I
rag
had a good feeling
technique.
that you were the
Dude,
one.
it gets so hot in here. I put it on the back of
I
like
hope I can
my
live up to your
neck,
expectations.
top of my
You already
back,
have. When I first saw you leap onto that sacred,
or in my
heart
lap.
nearly burst from my chest. I felt so alive. I knew I made the right choice.
Ghetto means you're surviving. Exactly.
Have a seat. Rest.
Exactly, it works and we all have dish rags. Yeah, no, it's toasty. I live up north. How hot is it outside? Hang on. It's only 60 degrees out. You know, it's not even that hot. Why not just use an ice pack? The reason why I don't is because, one, I don't know where the ice packs are from. Because we live with family. And I don't want to take someone's stuff. Ugh! 108. My condolences, brother. Or sister. $12 Celsius. Hang on. Let me freedoms unit this. My brain is not braining for Celsius. $53. Okay. That's not too bad. For 12 a.m. that is, but... Okay, sorry. Okay, this is your alt. Never mind. Yeah, Jay's in Vegas. I've joked about him being in the middle of a desert. Yeah, Zari, one of the Bondies. How was Mania there? Hello, Sakuri Kinjo. Welcome, hun. I am MomoYumeko, magical girl in training. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM and a few days a week over on Twitch. Welcome. Oh, sit and rest.
Okay. I think I'm starting to figure out the
Just had
connection between
SmackDown
Wilk
where
and
I
the
am.
land spine.
Ooh.
I think the land spine is an artificial structure, like this one. Probably built by an ancient civilization. Yes, I
Ooh,
agree.
we're getting into the
We should too many
archaeological
architectural
stuff.
similarities to ignore. Then we know 3 things. First, Wolfstone is produced by the land spine. Second, the land spine isn't
I
natural.
like that. I like the little subtle, hey, Monster Hunter World, or the Monster Hunter world is technically
Add it all up,
post-apocalyptic.
Wolf seems to be an artificial energy source capable of altering
No,
the
I have not.
Isn't Werner in the process of repairing the
I
broken
need
land
to.
spine connected to a Zeus?
Yeah, and if he succeeds, there's no
3
telling what'll
hours,
happen.
holy heck.
We can't just sit around. Let's get back to Zeus. Right. I hope the Hirabami have retreated.
Nada.
He has a fever. We can't leave him here. But if the Hirabami attack...
We got the Hiranabi.
Alma,
Understood. Authorization granted to hunt the Hirabami.
55K, holy heck, y'all.
we better be quick then.
Alright. Let's go ham. Oh wait, is that an herb? Herb. And is this herb? No, that's hot pepper. We'll take that because hot drink. But we will take the herbs.
Irabami sighted. Hunting one should put the others in line.
Alright. Can we not?
Too dangerous as a pack. We need to separate them.
Using large dung pods could force the pack to disperse.
It's always snakes. Yeah, no, agreed. Big old giant snakes. I think they're snakes. They kind of look like, you know the one monster from, what is it? Rise. I forget what she's called. The not King Cobra. She's like a, she was called the Mermaid in Rise. They kind of look like her. Yeah, that one. Tail broken. Oh, partner's home. Hello, my heart. Welcome home. Yeah. We're finishing up, the star spam in, IRIAM. Oh, we're stuck. No. No. No, big snakes. They look like brooms when they're gently sweeping the floor. They do kind of look like that. Oh, we are cold. Hot drink. Hot drink, and then... How nice of them to let me be able to, do this stuff. While they just flutter around me. They're so chill! Yeah, welcome in, everybody! I am MomoYumeko, for anybody that's new. I do cozy streams, TTRPG streams, and gaming over here on IRIAM, and a few days a week over on Twitch end. We're currently playing some Monster Hunter Wilds, and just kind of vibing. I'm currently trying not to die. Also, my partner just came home, so if you hear stuff in the background, that's them. You're fine, my heart. 3K away? Heck yeah. Okay, that's three tails broke. Tell partner I need money. Me too. Park being silly. They're like, tell partner we need money.
You got money? This calendar?
Are you a mother? I am not a mom. One day eventually that would be nice, but
Yeah, no more.
my heart. I love you.
I love you too. That's why I'm gonna work
If men could give birth, then maybe. We are not bringing up Mpreg in the chat.
We're not seahorses.
We are not seahorses. Oh. Off it goes. Oh, we still have to go and get them. Understood. Yo! 150k stars! Let's go! Get the bonk hammer. Wait, why didn't the secret jump? That's weird. I don't need to disperse the group. I got them. Exits before I can get bonked. Yeah, go get other people. If you guys are able to, go get other people's stars. If they're streaming. We got the 150k. What? I didn't see how much health I had. Go, my dreamers, go support other folks over on IRIAM End.
Remember, you can always use an SOS flare if you want.
Hi, Tabs! Welcome, hun. We're just playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. Bow, bow! What's the event for? We are doing the background event, so the star event. And we just got the 150 stars, so we get the background, the Wisteria background. There is a day left, so we got that pretty quickly. I think it ends tomorrow. Which, if Lavi's streaming tomorrow, as soon as she starts streaming, we're going over to hers. Yeah, I always do the stream. Yeah, no, I'm doing this one pretty much blind. Funny enough. Oh, we're frozen. Oh, thank you for unfreezing me. Hot drink. Hot drink. They kind of remind me of Dracopult, low-key. Thinking on it. Ooh, lag.
Oh, the laptop connected to my headphones.
Ah, I see. I can't, right now I'm trying not to die. I don't see a toggle for the, thing. Thank you. I cannot pause. I don't know why it did that, auto did that. Unless you just, oh right, you didn't bring your headphones with you. Muffin? It should be. Oh, she's an IRIAM streamer? Yeah, I can guide the raid over there. Dragon Ball? No, so we're doing Monster Hunter. So, IRIAM men, I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all go. So, Muffin. Can you type that in the chat for IRIAM End? If you wanna send them over there. We'll go raid Muffin. So NIMUFIN. Oh, I'm getting hit by goats. Not on IRIAM right now? Oh, okay. Do you know when she streams? Oh, just Twitch. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can guide the raid over there. Let me get to a spot that's safe. And not actively, getting attacked. There we go. No, do not. Bad. Bad secret. No, do not. Sure. But yeah, let me do this one fight, finish this fight hopefully. If we don't, that's also fine. It'll be really nice if we can kill this one. Or kill one of them. This is a very annoying fight. Oh, she has no schedule? Yeah. I'll guide the raid in a second when I'm not... Ow. Actively, attacking. Or getting attacked. But yeah, no, these things remind me of, she needs 100k. Ah, I see. Oh, and Hoppy Hoodie? Yeah! Okay, so, if you guys can get to Hoppy Hoodie on IRIAM End, go get her. She's got 100k to get. There is one more day, so we'll probably raid her again if she's, streaming tomorrow. If we can. I'll probably be going after Lobby too, so... But yeah. I hope you guys have a good night, stay safe, I don't have to come and protect you. Have a good night, IRIAM End! Bye-bye, guys! There we go. Bonk. We'll try to finish this one real quick. Looks like we killed one of them. Ah.
I think you should use a whetstone soon.
Yeah, no, I know. Where's my whetstones? They do kind of float there for the most part, so... All broken again. You know, I should probably get my bow out. Ooh. Hi, spider! Cool! Back up we go. Hey, you should use a whetstone. Yeah, no. Oh, whoops. I went in a circle. Where are we going? Where are we going? This way. I'm just gonna use the auto run.
Bet I can set up camp there.
Yeah, I bet you could. I bet you could set up camp. Let's eat some well-done steak while we're, you know, hopping up rocks.
Should be safe from monsters here.
Where are they? These spikes. Yeah, no, very much camps. Possibly? Because we fell down. Oh, nope, nope. Them being angry. I think this is just one. Ooh, that hurt a little bit. Get bonked. If I could poison it, that'd be even better. We need hot drink stuff. Drink hot drink. And then we'll do some life powder. Yeah, no, they're just very chill. Bonk. Bonk. There we go. And looks like we just have one more to kill, so we're doing pretty good. Big ol' ribbon wyvern. I will say, I like how they did the cinematography and the animation for it. It's like all flippy and stuff. I would love to see if this armor is, like, elegant. Oh, another one has joined us. Oh, all three of them are here. Yeah, they're screaming at me. I might get the bow out. Oh, they just freaking parried me. POV, you're fighting Dragapult from Pokemon. Monster Hunter style. That's funny. Meanwhile, me over here with me soloing them. Yeah, no, hang on, let me get to the secret. Where's Hope? Oh, come here. I don't know how you do it. Is it in here? Do need a whetstone. That's fine though. Okay, we got one. Oh, we just had to kill one. So we did it on hard mode. Will they still attack us? It looks like we can just harvest it without them attacking us. Like in World still. Where's the pickle? Soon? I think Devil Joe's in here. I don't think we're quite ready for Devil Joe, though. I do want to solo him, for sure. I've soloed Devil Joe in just about every Monster Hunter game.
We owe you one. Thanks.
Forget me. Go. If fate wills it, we shall meet again.
Yippee! With that, I think that is it for the night. We have been streaming for about 4 hours. Me pop over to chatting stream. Boop. Yeah, Nimuffin! Okay, let me get over to chat and stream real quick, and then we can do raid. We can do finishing stuff and then raid. Hang on, let me up here again. You're gonna see default Chan for a second. 20.1 T show. There we go. Okay. She has 6 hours left to stream left. Oh no! Of her 24-hour stream? Oh, it's sick. She's doing a 24-hour stream. One of these days I need to do a... Probably when we move, I'll probably do an endurance stream. Let me save in Wilds real fast. Save and quit. There we go. Woo! Lag! Come in. There we go. Alright. So. Tomorrow, is probably going to be co-working. Yeah, no, the silver hair. That's default Chan. For the custom model I use. So tomorrow is co-working, I'm pretty sure. Let me recheck. The hangout. Yeah. So tomorrow's gonna be co-working, maybe have Twitch end, maybe not have Twitch end for co-working. We're gonna be working on some art stuff that I need to finish from last month. So yeah, it'll be like a chill co-working. 6 o'clock-ish? Yeah. So... Actually, no, later. I'm pretty sure. Because I assume this is all, CST. So, audio's debut for tomorrow, so I'm kind of going around with, our timings with everything. Audio is at 2 p.m. CST, and Zaddy is at 8 p.m. CST. So my time, it'll be 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. Audios, I'm gonna make it jump in, yap, in a little bit, and then come out and do our co-working stream at 4. But yeah, other than that, let me do our raid, and then we can have a good night. Let me do this. Stream. Alright, so slash have a good night. Oops. Can we not have that? There we go. Raid. Muffin. There we go. Are we all ready to raid, everybody? If we are, I hope you guys have a good night. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys later. Have a good night, everybody.
Cozy game. We're probably going horror after this. Who do you think of me?
I would take so many notes, and I would get home and I would just like kind of freeze because I had it. And then I didn't, so I used AI mode to create an interactive study guide. Not only did it show me the answers, but it showed me actually how I can get there. You can just put in all your info, and then it's like, boom, amazing.
If you feel held back by the weight of navigating financial decisions, we can give you the tools to help you break free from what's slowing you down. Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more. So you can find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on.
That winning feeling you love? Bring it everywhere you go with the Hollywood Casino app. Your next big thrill is just a tap away. New players get 300 bonus spins, plus up to 500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today.
Let's get ready to DoorDash! Oh, the pie has been delivered straight to the face! Hope he likes it sunny side up. Add flour and we get a cake. Here he comes. Ooh, ice cold. That's what I call